This hour of Hugh Hewitt starts right now on Salem News Channel.
The president has a $3 trillion new budget that is going to raise taxes by $2 trillion. We have in the first hour the White House trying to roll Joe Biden out of the cryo tank, putting him on a stage in Philly and putting a mic in his hands. We'll play for you what came out. Plus, Sonny Bunch with the movies and Tarzana Joe with poetry. All with Dwayne Patterson wrapping up the week of Dwayne, filling in for Hugh Hewitt on the first hour of the Hugh Hewitt Show.
You won't want to miss a minute. This hour of Hugh Hewitt is on Salem News Channel. Portions of the following program may contain pre-recorded material.
Morning glory, America. Last day of my vacation, in air quotes, because it's grandkids chasing. But Generalissimo is exhausted. He's dragged himself through an entire week of guest hosting. We've never done this before in 23 years of the show. Not sure we'll ever do it again. We'll see. You folks seem to like him a lot. It's a little bit worrisome to me. At 2, Dwayne, that's what I've been saying, looking over my shoulder. Take it away, Mr. Patterson.
Not that I'm taking this too seriously or anything, but the week of Dwayne continues. If you go to HughHewitt.com, there's now somebody who has done a graphic of the week of Dwayne, and it's up at HughHewitt.com and on my Twitter page, at Radio Blogger. Good morning, America. Dwayne Patterson wrapping up the week of Dwayne by filling in for Hugh. Hugh will be back actually in hour 3 to do the Hillsdale Dialogue with Dr. Larry Arnn. And then he's back next week. Lots of news ahead today. We're going to be talking to Sarah Westwood of the Washington Examiner a little bit later in the program. We will be doing movies with Sonny Bunch, a little bit of verse for the week with our poet laureate, Tarzana Joe. But there's lots of news. And we've been playing all sorts of clips from some of the important hearings in the House and the Senate all this week, and juxtaposing it with what media has been focusing on all week. And when I mean media, I mean legacy, Manhattan Beltway, mainstream media, whatever you want to call it. And their focus has been almost monolithically the Ron DeSantis, Fox News and/or Tucker Carlson cabal of authoritarianism, and how awful it is and the threat to democracy it all poses. Well, with all of the hearings this week and all of the material that we've brought to you this week, nothing's going to be preparing you for what you're going to hear that happened yesterday in the House Weaponization Committee with Jim Jordan and the Democrats on that panel. That's going to happen a little bit later on in the program too. But that, if you didn't hear it, that is extended stupid on display. And we've got a long block of time, and we're just going to march through it just because you need to see and hear what the other side thinks, believes, and says. And it will surprise you, actually. Quickly in the news, Mexico rebukes GOP push to deploy U.S. military on cartels across the border. I played you some video this week from Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, as well as Tom Cotton from Arkansas. After the kidnapping, carjacking of 4 Americans that crossed into Mexico earlier in the week, 2 of those 4 were killed by the cartels, and there's some pushback. There's a lot of harsh language that maybe we should send the military in because Mexico doesn't seem to be able to control their side of the border. The cartels are out of control, and we have a failed state at the border. And so there are some GOP senators that want to do something about it. Mexico President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, or in actuality, the cartel president, Obrador, on Thursday pushed back against Republican lawmakers who had called on the Biden administration to take military action against drug cartels across the border following the killings of 2 Americans in Matamoros, saying such demands were a threat to Mexican sovereignty. No, sir. The cartels are a threat to Mexican sovereignty. You got that one wrong. Here, I fixed that for you. Quote, "We are not going to allow any foreign government to intervene and much less foreign armed forces to intervene in our territory," Lopez Obrador said at a news conference, adding that he would ask Americans of Mexican and Hispanic origin not to vote for Republicans if their aggression continued. So if we on this side of the border don't relax the rhetoric against the cartelistas on the border that are killing Americans and poisoning hundreds of thousands with fentanyl, why the president of the cartels and what's left of Mexico is going to signal to everybody that left the failed state to come here because it's a failed state He's going to tell them, whatever you do, don't vote for Republicans. Well, thanks. That's really helpful. He is minimizing the impact of fentanyl and says it's not our problem, it's an American problem. It's your problem, not ours. We don't have anything to do with the stuff. Well, the ingredients come from the CCP. The ingredients to fentanyl come from China, but they're landing in Mexico and they're being produced, formulated, and distributed by the cartels. And apparently, Obrador is looking the other way. If you want to know what a failed state looks like, if you want to know what a corrupt government looks like, up close and personal, look south, and you'll find it. Speaking of corrupt and problematic, New York Times writing today, Xi Jinping solidified his status as China's most powerful leader in decades by sweeping into a new term as president on Friday, as he steals the country for an era of superpower rivalry and seeks to revive a battered economy. Here's a surprise. The CCP decided to basically let Xi Jinping be the leader for pretty much as long as he wants to be. News on this front. TikTok, the wildly popular Chinese-owned social media app, has hired top Biden-connected consulting firm SKDK as it faces increasing scrutiny in Washington, according to two people, including one with direct knowledge of the hire. The public affairs and political consulting firm is providing comms support to the company, which has come under government scrutiny. SKDK is seen as the most well-connected Democratic firm in Washington, with former top employees in senior and mid-level roles in the Biden administration. Anita Dunn, you've heard that name a bunch of times before, a founding partner, returned to the White House last May, where she is senior advisor after a stint in the early part of the Biden administration and work on the president's 2020 campaign, along with former comm directors Kate Berner, Herbie Ziskin, Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh, and Interior Department Press Secretary Tyler Cherry. Just remember the old motto, 10% for the big guy. The Biden World Bank pick has Chinese business ties, raising vetting questions, Catherine Doyle writes in the Washington Examiner. President Joe Biden's nominee to lead the World Bank is vice chairman of a major investor in TikTok's Chinese parent company. His potential appointment coming as lawmakers push to ban the Beijing-owned video app. Ajay Banga's nomination has prompted questions about the White House's vetting process at a time when bipartisan backlash over China's suspected military and economic ambition grows. Yep, that's right. You know, if all else fails, just bring TikTok a little closer to the Biden administration. So what did they do this week to kind of move away from that? We have to talk about the budget. The budget that's DOA. It's deader than the bodies on the cart in Monty Python's Life of Brian. A $6.5 trillion, $2 trillion in brand new taxes. It's estimated it could raise the federal debt, if fully implemented, to $51 trillion. It's a non-starter. It's a disaster. But it's not going to sell itself. So they had to dust off Joe Biden, pull him out of the cryo tank, put him on a stage in Philly, and put a mic in his hands. And here is what came out, cut number 3.
That's why I took the most aggressive action ever in all of history in any country to take on the climate crisis by lowering your home energy bills. And that's would bring us down to everyday cost. How much do things cost? It's not just whether inflation. We brought down inflation.
We've lowered your utility bills. Electricity, by the way, is up 11.9% from last year. Fuel oil is up 27.7% from last year. Natural gas is up 26.7% from last year. And gas is a little over $1 higher than it was when Joe Biden took office, and it's going back up again of late. Cut 4 quickly.
And that's would bring us down to everyday cost. How much do things cost? Not just whether inflation. We brought down inflation 7 months in a row. We're going to whip it.
You know, inflation is still at 6.4%, right? And that's 6.4% on top of about, 9% of what it was from the year before? It's not going down. It may be climbing at a little slower rate, but everything today costs more than it cost a month ago, which cost more than a month before that. And it's all because Joe Biden doesn't know how not to spend your money. Dwayne Patterson for Hugh Hewitt. More right after the break.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by Birch Gold Group.
Welcome back, America. 22 minutes past the hour. Dwayne Patterson filling in for Hugh today. Hugh will be back, actually, technically, in hour 3 with the Hillsdale Dialogue and Dr. Larry Arnn. But then he's back from his vacation with the grandkids on Monday, and all will return to some degree of normalcy, at least around here. I want to get back to the president with the first attempt to sell the DOA budget that he released. Again, the early estimates are, if fully implemented, which it's not going to be, it's DOA in front of a GOP-led House. But if he got his will, if he got his way, it would raise the debt by the time all the spending measures were estimated to go into effect. We're at, what, 31 trillion now? It would be at 51 trillion by the time we're done. And that's staggering. That takes some brass to say, I've lowered the deficit, I've lowered the debt, I've done all this, and we're going to raise it by almost, an order of magnitude. And it's the Republicans that are the bad guys. Let's get back to the president trying to spin and defend this. Right before the break, we talked about him taking credit for lowering inflation. Remember, inflation was close to double digits because of the last spending measure that Joe Biden dropped on all of us and the Democrats. And we're still reverberating from that. We're still north of 6%. There's all sorts of trouble on the horizon. But the world is a complicated place, so we need to spend more money. Cut number 5.
And the world's getting a hell of a lot more complicated. So I've increased my budget. We increase it now, as I said. We're paying another $820 to help people from families with low incomes.
In the law, there is an expression called admission against interest. If Joe Biden is right, and I think he actually is right, that the world is getting more complicated, do you think Joe Biden is the answer to a complicated world? Has Joe Biden shown that he can unpack or handle anything complicated? Has he shown the mental faculties to be able to handle something complicated that's getting more complicated? Has he shown a skill set to be able to handle that of late? I don't think so. Cut number 6.
We're delivering high-speed internet to every home in America, so no parent has to drive up to the McDonald's parking lot to help do their homework with their kid because they can't get on the internet. Every single person is going to be able to do that.
Do we do our math homework all online? When is that actually a thing? I thought things were assigned and maybe you download something or you have a print off or something and you do the homework, but everything is now online and nobody has internet. They all have to go steal it from McDonald's. Is that really a thing? I'm not sure I'm quite buying all of that. Cut number 7.
No one making less than $400,000 will see a penny in federal taxes go up. Not a single penny. Now, why did I do it $400,000? Because I doubt anybody here makes $400,000. I did it to make the case that I'm not going after anything remotely, even ordinary folks, because they're paying their share.
Well, now I know the McDonald's thing isn't true because that has already been proven not to be true. Anybody making $20,000 or more in income last year have already seen more taxes and a bigger tax bite. Let's do the market report as long as we are doing this. And it's going to be a wild day on Wall Street. The jobs number is supposed to come out a little bit later in the morning, and the market is trying to prepare for it. The early market trading, and by the way, the market report is brought to you by our friends at Birch Gold. This is the place where Hugh buys his gold. You can take part of your retirement and transfer it into a precious metals IRA protected account, third-party observed depository where they take the physical gold, put it in a safe with your name on it, and it's totally kosher with the IRS. You can text Hugh to $98.98 and get all the information about gold, silver, and other precious metals. But here's what the market is showing right now. The Dow is off 569 points in pre-market trading alone. Everything is red. The Dow, the NASDAQ, S&P, everything is down, down, down in early market trading as speculation for what the jobs numbers might look at. Gold is actually up. All the other commodities are down. It is time to go to text Hugh to 98.98.98. Now, relief factor. My penultimate relief factor of the day. Hugh did talk to me yesterday. I spoke to him on the way home from the program yesterday, and he told me that he is moving kind of slow after 4 days of chasing the grandkids around, but he is moving. The reason he is moving at all is because of the 4 ingredients that are contained within ReliefFactor.com. Icarian, resveratrol, omega, and curcumin. Put in a easy-to-open, easy-to-swallow pack. The starter pack is $19.95, and you can feel a lot better about things knowing that the daily aches and pains are being at least mitigated a little bit by our friends at ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. Dwayne Patterson in for Hugh Hewitt. We'll be back talking about movies with Sonny Bunch right after the break. Welcome back, America. Dwayne Patterson in for Hugh Hewitt. It is Friday. It is the first hour, and even though Hugh is not here, it is time for the movies. It's time to lighten up a little bit and discuss all things cinema. And so we bring in our movie critic, the official movie critic of the Hugh Hewitt Show, who is paid for in airline miles, but that is only if his predictions are any good and he doesn't fail to warn us about bad movies. Sonny Bunch of the Bulwark. You can see and listen to Sonny's podcasts. Bulwark Goes to Hollywood and Across the Movie Aisle. Hello, Sonny. How you doing?
I'm good, Dwayne. How are you?
I'm doing grand. So I'm guessing we're doing Creed 3 this week? Is that what we're doing?
Well, Creed 3 came out last week. Big hit. People excited about the Creed franchise. They love Creed. Are you a Rocky fan, Dwayne? Are you a Rocky franchise fan?
I have seen a couple of the. To me, you've seen one Rocky, you've seen them all, right? I mean, it's like to me, it's like watching a James Bond film, right? It's kind of the same movie, right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, you're not going to go wrong with that theory on the Rocky movie. So Creed 3 is also basically Rocky 9, if you want to look at it that way. This is the third spin-off movie from the Rocky franchise, which itself had 6 entries. It's the first one without Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone is not in this at all, which is the first time that's happened. There was a contract dispute between him and the producer. He wanted to get basically control of the franchise back from him. He had problems with the creative direction of this most recent one and wanted it back. And which is weird because, again, as you mentioned, it's all the Rocky movies are kind of the same.
It's the same movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean this one picks up at the end of Adonis Creed's career. He's about to retire. He's got one last fight left. He wins. He retires, and then he has to get back into the ring. Can you believe it? He has to get back into the ring.
They always do, right?
Exactly. He's got a former friend, the guy who went to prison for him. Is now the world heavyweight champion and is calling him out and he's saying bad things about him and he's got to go fight him and reclaim his honor. It's an interesting movie because it treats Adonis. I don't want to overstate this, but it does kind of treat Adonis Creed like almost the bad guy of the movie, but it doesn't want Adonis Creed to be the bad guy of the movie. So the setup here. Again, Adonis has retired. He's now a promoter. He's basically Don King, and he has his own stable of fighters. And his number one guy, he throws him into the ring against this old friend of his who is just out to hurt people. He's just out to destroy the world. He's like the Joker. He wants to watch the world burn, right?
Right.
And the friend ends up beating his fighter, but this is the sort of thing that you do when you're a bad promoter who doesn't actually care about any of the people he is representing. You don't throw a championship fighter into the ring against an unknown quantity, right? You don't as a placeholder fight even. I mean, it's not even like this was a.
It's not even that plausible, is what you're saying. The actual premise isn't really that plausible.
Right. It reminds me of the first Rocky a little bit, right? The first Rocky, right? What's the setup there? Apollo Creed is champion. He's got nobody left to fight, so he decides to take a chance on a down on his luck Palooka Rocky Balboa, and Rocky ends up going the distance with him. Rocky ends up losing, but he goes the distance, right? And that's the whole point of that movie. This is the same kind of thing, right? Adonis is like, well, my dad did this once for Rocky, and it was a dangerous play, but we're going to do it again. And he ends up like getting his fighter, the guy who is in his stable of fighters, not even his friend. He almost ends up getting that guy killed. Again, it's a really it's an irresponsible thing to do. It's a bad thing to do, and it's the sort of thing you only do if you're looking out for yourself. You're just trying to get a payday for yourself as the promoter to keep the money train rolling.
Within its lane, within the premise of what a Rocky movie is, which is every other Rocky movie, is at least an entertaining couple of hours. Is it something people should go watch in the theater?
Look, if you like Rocky movies, you'll like this. It's fine. It's a perfectly entertaining film. I liked it. It's okay. But it's also, again, it's a huge hit. It had the biggest opening of any movie in the Rocky franchise ever last weekend. Audiences seem to like it. It's got a A- from Cinema Score. So
has it outpaced Cocaine Bear?
What's that?
Has it outpaced Cocaine Bear?
It's better. It's doing better than Cocaine Bear. This is a bona fide franchise hit. Cocaine Bear is also, fine. It's fine if that's, again, Cocaine Bear does a very smart thing, which is that it gives people exactly what it promised. It promised that there would be a bear on cocaine, and it gave people that.
It's the Snakes on a Plane of 23.
Exactly. Very similar in terms of the title says what it is. It's the women talking of Cocaine Bear movies.
Yes.
You get exactly what's there in the title. Which is fine. This is one of the mistakes, I think, of the new movie out this weekend, 65, which folks saw the trailer for during the Super Bowl and were kind of like, what is this? But the plot of 65 is that it's actually 65 million years ago, and Adam Driver is an
I do remember seeing this trailer. Okay, I know which one you're talking about now. Okay.
So Adam Driver comes to Earth, and his spaceship crashes, and there's one survivor from the spaceship, and it turns out he's on Earth, and it's 65 million years ago, and he's got to fight dinosaurs to survive. So 65, again, it kind of a weird title, because on the one hand, it does just promise that it's 65 million years ago. On the other, the ads that you've seen have, it's basically being pitched as Adam Driver fights dinosaurs. And there's not nearly enough Adam Driver fighting dinosaurs in this movie for my own personal taste. I feel like this movie needed at least 40% more Adam Driver versus dinosaur fights.
Does he have a lightsaber? Does he have space travel implements of destruction? Because it wouldn't be a fair fight for the dinosaurs.
Well, he's got a space rifle. He's got a space rifle that shoots space bullets.
Okay, so it's got kind of a blaster. He's got kind of a Han Solo blaster.
Kind of. It's more of an assault rifle than a pistol. It's a handy weapon. I mean, he uses it to take down several very large dinosaurs.
Okay.
And this is the other real problem with the movie. It's not just the setup here is Adam Driver, little girl survivor. They have to survive against the dinosaurs. Well, really, what it is kind of a almost parental melodrama. He is taught to love again by her. She represents the daughter that he has lost in the rest of his life. He has to save her, and it's kind of there are kind of cute, funny moments where she's acting like a little girl, he's acting like a annoyed dad. Any parent will recognize some of the emotions that he is going through.
You know what this sounds like it would be to me? This sounds to me like what a movie would be if Jon Favreau and Steven Spielberg decided to redo Jurassic Park.
It's not wrong. I mean, you have to, you're treading on dangerous ground when you decide to make a movie that prominently features Tyrannosaurus Rex attacks. Because you're inviting comparisons to Jurassic Park, and look, this movie's no Jurassic Park. Again, it just doesn't. It's hard to say exactly what's wrong with this movie, except for the fact that it is just kind of boring. It's the cardinal sin of being just kind of boring.
Boring is bad for a dinosaur movie.
Right. I mean, the action scenes themselves are just kind of boring. You know, we live in this kind of John Wickified age of action, right? Where you have these great set pieces that are put together that are designed very well by stunt teams and stunt coordinators, and they are exciting and they're fun, and they take place in a world that is kind of realistic but not that realistic. You know, another movie like this in this vein is Bullet Train, right? Same basic idea.
Right.
We have these great action ideas, and this is almost a throwback to a very bad time in action. You know, the late 2000s, early 2010s, when everything is just like kind of straightforward CGI, and it's a lot of like running around and pointing and shooting at things that clearly aren't there. It is not very exciting.
Okay,
It's not exciting.
so I got one more I want to do with you, and so just a quick up or down. I know you're kind of torn on this one. See it or not see it?
I think you can skip it. It's a movie. If you're really interested in it, you can watch it at home without missing a whole lot. This
one isn't out yet, but the trailer for it is very intriguing to me. This is no hard feelings. You have a piece about this up on Twitter right now at Sonny Bunch. We got to talk about this for a second, because let me give you my theory on this. This is a movie, looking at the trailer that got dropped, this is the new Jennifer Lawrence movie that's going to be out this summer, right? It's going to be one of the, quote, summer comedy blockbusters. At least they're attempting it to be. No hard feelings. It looks to me like every funny scene is probably in the trailer. However, most guys are going to find a way to create a diversion from the relationship they're in to go excuse themselves for about 2.5, 3 hours to go sneak out and watch it, and they're probably going to laugh silly. That's my theory.
Yeah, so the premise of this movie, for folks who haven't seen the trailer, is Jennifer Lawrence plays a down on her luck woman who loses her car, and to get a new car and get a new job, she is tasked with
about 30 seconds, son. You got to go quick. 30 seconds.
Right. But yeah, no, it definitely looks like a kind of a sexy rom-com. Definitely a chance that a lot of the jokes are in the trailer, but we'll see. It
looks like a rehash of Failure to Launch, actually, to me, but with a lot more coarse language. Sonny Bunch across the movie aisle, and Bulwark Goes to Hollywood. You can also read everything at Sonny Bunch and link through. Thank you very much. Dwayne Patterson in for Hugh. We'll be back with Tarzana Joe right after the break. Stick around.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you by Food for the Poor.
Three, two, one. Joined now by the poet laureate of the Hugh Hewitt Show, Dwayne Patterson, in for Hugh. And fortunately, I get to do the Tarzana Joe segment. Now, Joe, great to have you here. I've talked to you for 20 years on and off, and you're a good friend. And I don't mean to be showing like I might have an ego after 4 days of this, but I'm terrified about this poem. I don't know if this poem has to do with a critique of me being a host, or if hopefully it's about the rest of the news. But take it away, Joe. I'm worried.
Be not afraid. I was
Okay.
going to do a poem on the success of the Inflation Reduction Act, but I couldn't find any material. But I did think it was
Fair
a
point.
worthy time to do a reflection on replacements.
Uh-oh, here we go.
It's always good to have a pal, a backup, temp, or buddy, ready to take up the reins, a worthy understudy. History is filled with men, it cannot be disputed, touched by fate and fortune for the way they substituted. Yankee fans in 25 complained, this is a jip. We got to see Lou Gehrig, but we came for Wally Pipp. The Dodgers, they were down and out, but never thought of quitting. We're in the ninth when two were gone. Kirk Gibson was pinch hitting. Sean Connery made quite a splash. His drinks were shaken gently. And though his bond was very good, more bonds came subsequently. And back when New York's Senate seat for years had been Jake Javitz's, Samantha had 2 Darrens and a couple Mrs. Kravitz's. I thought I would pause there for effect. The process can be tricky, I can say without a doubt. There have been some replacements which, alas, did not work out. They said that sugar was no good. For health, it was a curse. All the alternatives, alas, were measurably worse. The poorest substitution that the world has ever seen was how we gave up butter when they gave us margarine. We can't forget those substitutes. I guess we never will. But substitutes are measured by the giant shoes they fill. That's a reflection on substitutes with no conclusions taken by Tarzana Joe.
Well, that's about as best as I could possibly hope. I'm waiting for the hate mail to come in. I'm waiting for all the trolls to discover me and have all that kind of fun part of the job. So far, knock on wood, it hasn't happened. But I was waiting for the gratuitous dings from the poet. But thankfully, it was actually a very fine poem, Joe. It will be.
Do what I do. Just go to the post office and change your address every 6 months.
That poem will be available at tarzanajoe.com.
Absolutely.
And if people have a St. Patty's Day poem they would like to have written, or get an early start on the Easter season, or more appropriately, the grad or Father's Day season, you are taking submissions now, correct, at tarzanajoe.com?
Always and every day. TarzanaJoe at Reagan.com, TarzanaJoe at Hotmail.com, or through the website, TarzanaJoe.com.
Joe, thanks as always. I appreciate it. I will talk to you next week.
Thank you, Dwayne.
I always get a little weird when things are about me. I don't have a huge ego when it comes to doing this. I know I've been having fun with this whole Week of Dwayne thing, the hashtag Week of Dwayne. But honestly, I am just one little part of this whole thing. I am very grateful that Salem has created the empire to let us do this. I'm grateful to Hugh for building the brand. I am especially grateful this week for Adam and Jacob and Ben and Danielle and Harley, the extended team, helping pick up some of the slack to let me do this and have some fun for a week. I'm especially grateful to our sponsors and to you for supporting our sponsors, like Food for the Poor. I am blown away by how receptive all of you have been this week to the plight of the kids that are hungry down in Central and South America. Here's just a news report recently from Honduras. Adam, can we play that cut?
Children, like other children in this region, are not developing according to their age due to malnutrition, and families in unimaginable misery. Here, infant malnutrition is an epidemic. Poverty here seems like a curse, and diseases among children are rampant.
Look, I'm grateful for the many blessings I have in my life and the blessings I have to do this job and to do what I get to do. And I'm grateful that all of you out there have pitched in this week alone to feed a couple thousand kids and make sure that they don't go hungry tonight. I'd love to double that between now and Monday, and that's where you come in. 855-359-HOPE. That's 855-359-4673. There's a banner at the top of HughHewitt.com. You can go there and click through the link. You can call the phone number, or the easiest way is on your phone. Text Hugh to 91999. Please help. It makes a difference. Hugh to 91999. I'll be back in hour 2 with the stupidity on display in the House of Representatives. You won't want to miss it. Come right back after the top of the hour break. Dwayne in for you. Back in a second. Hour 2 of the Hugh Hewitt Show with Dwayne Patterson wrapping up guest host week for Hugh. We've been playing all week long a lot of testimony from some very important House and Senate hearings, but nothing like what we saw yesterday in the House Weaponization Committee. All the highlights and lowlights, plus a conversation with Sarah Westwood of the Washington Examiner. All straight ahead in Hour 2 of the Hugh Hewitt Show.
You won't want to miss a minute. This hour of Hugh Hewitt is on Salem News Channel. Portions of the following program may contain pre-recorded material.
Morning glory, America. Last day of my vacation, in air quotes, because it's grandkids chasing. But Generalissimo is exhausted. He's dragged himself through an entire week of guest hosting. We've never done this before in 23 years of the show. Not sure we'll ever do it again. We'll see. You folks seem to like him a lot. It's a little bit worrisome to me. At 2, Dwayne, that's what I've been saying, looking over my shoulder. Take it away, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Hugh. It is indeed my last hour of the week. Dwayne Patterson filling in for Hugh. Good to have you here. Sarah Westwood of the Washington Examiner will be joining us a little later in the hour. During the break, I was texting back and forth with a good buddy of mine in the biz, Mark Davis, the great morning host who actually follows me or follows us on our great Dallas affiliate, AM 660, The Answer in Dallas. Mark Davis Show, at Mark Davis Show, I think is his Twitter handle. Good friend of the show. He's been a guest host for us a bunch of times. I've known Mark forever. Great guy. And I was talking to him about some different stuff, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, I'm going to be show prep for Mark for this hour. I've got some stuff to play that he's going to go, man, I wish I had that. But Mark's a pro. He's going to already have this. He's going to be all over this in a little bit. Yesterday, in the House Subcommittee on Weaponization, the new select committee that was stood up that Jim Jordan is now running, they held a hearing featuring Alex Epstein, a climate expert, Michael Schellenberger, and Matt Taibbi, who famously are from the Twitter Files, series of reports of late, getting the inside stuff handed to them from Elon Musk after his takeover of Twitter, looking at how much collusion there was between the federal government trying to censor content and censor accounts and censor speech online on Twitter, and just gave a whole block of information over and said, here, figure it out. And these journalists, these reporters on their Substacks and online on Twitter went through and started going Twitter file report after Twitter file report, and ended up in front of the House Weaponization Committee yesterday. And as my buddy Ed Morrissey over at Hot Air said yesterday, it included the dumbest 5 minutes of committee hearing performance by a Democrat ever. Now, as I've told you all week long, I'm somewhat of a rhetoric skeptic, especially when it comes to climate changey stuff and weather. Like, you know, we've had more atmospheric rivers than ever before, and this is the biggest, the wettest, the baddest, the coldest, and I'm just not, anytime somebody tells me it's the most, the biggest, the worst, I don't buy it. There's always something worse, always something bigger, always something wetter or whatever. So when Ed says, this is the dumbest 5 minutes ever, I'm thinking to myself, well, there's got to be something dumber. But then again, there's two ways to assess the dumbness of a Democrat on a committee. There is the actual depth of how dumb the statement is, and then there's the how long can you be dumb in one exchange. So there's the depth and the breadth of dumb. And we may have actually plumbed that in the Weaponization Committee. We're going to go into that very long cut at the bottom of the hour. But I want to give you just kind of a sample. And again, with the backdrop of legacy media this week, saying that Ron DeSantis, Tucker Carlson, and/or Fox News are the Mussolini of our times. If you want to know what totalitarian and authoritarianism looks like, if you want to see what true 1984 looks like, look at those three, because that's it. Okay? If that's what they think it is, I'm going to play you some stuff of actually what it sounds like by Democrats. Here is Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who is questioning the financial motives of these two reporters, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, both of whom, by the way, are lefties. Now, To be fair, Michael Schellenberger, who's been a guest on this show, may actually be more of a libertarian now, but he used to be a hard lefty, and I think Matt Taibbi is probably a lefty as well. But here's how that exchange went, cut 16.
You stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, "I think that's true of any kind of journalism," and you'll see it behind me here. "I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line." Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt me. Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk.
Can you imagine the scandal that is being perpetrated here? A journalist writes a series of stories that people actually flock to and read and subscribe and help pay for the content so that the journalist can actually earn a living at the craft of journalism. Can you imagine the horror that the Democrats are trying to educate the American people about what's really going on here? Look at these people. They're actually trying to earn a living writing stories. I can't think of anything more un-American than that. I mean, what do you do, America, for a living? Do you actually do something to earn a living? And are you actually being paid to do what you do? I'll tell you one thing. I actually am being paid to host this radio show. Now, granted, I work for Salem, so it's not very much, but I am being paid to host this show. Does that mean that everything about this show gets thrown out the window because I am a paid host? I'll tell you another thing. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is being paid to be an idiot on the dais at the House Weaponization Committee. She is being paid. I don't know what the charge actually is supposed to be at this point. But that wasn't even the dumbest thing that was said. Here is Representative Stacey Plaskett, I think out of Virginia, cut number 14.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you 2 witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them.
Wait, what? She is saying that we shouldn't have called these 2 as witnesses because they pose a direct threat to the people that oppose them. So, is that the new rule? We're not allowed to let anybody in public that could be perceived as a threat to anybody that opposes them. Oh, now, that's a healthy democracy right there, isn't it? If you've got a different viewpoint on any policy issue that the left thinks, it could be taxes, it could be climate, it could be abortion, it could be any issue that you disagree with a Democrat running this government. And if you disagree with it and the Democrats in Congress think that you now pose a threat because of the people in government that oppose you, you shouldn't be allowed to speak. But Ron DeSantis and Tucker Carlson and Fox News, they're the authoritarians. That's what totalitarianism sounds like. One more quick cut number 15.
Yes. I thank the gentlelady for yelling. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your background, And now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for your sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I did
did.
not
We-
ask for sources.
Well-
Who gave you access to these emails? Who was the
people at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
I never asked for sources. Immediately going back to when she asked for sources. It's almost as though Democrats don't realize how capable computers are and people to clip audio and video. It's stunning, and there's more to come at the bottom of the hour. Dwayne Patterson in for Hugh Hewitt. We'll be back right after the break. 22 minutes past the hour. Welcome back, America. Dwayne Patterson, working my way through my last hour of guest host week, the week of Dwayne, filling in for Hugh. I was, during the break, going through the list of things I still need to do today. Many of you know I produce this show, despite what Hugh thinks. And so hosting and still producing kind of doubles the workload, and there's a lot of stuff that I still have got to get done that kind of got pushed back because of prepping and hosting and doing all this kind of stuff. And one of the things I forgot to do that I just put on my list is I owe Rachel, my nutritionist at myphdweightloss.com, a updated list of what I've been eating of late and my proteins and my carb counts. And I've been a little tardy in doing that, and she's gonna let me have it if I don't get that email to her today. Well, she won't let me have it. She's a sweetheart. She's a very nice lady, but I don't want to make her mad at me, so I got to get this done. You see, that's the thing about my PhD weight loss. It's not just the food. People think about diets and they think, okay, what's the food like? Well, the food is pretty good. It lets you do what you need to do. It gets you from point A to point B. It's tasty and all that, but that's not the focus of what my PhD weight loss is about. It's about changing the way you look at food, changing the way that you go about your daily life so that food doesn't become a burden on you. And once you lose the weight, you transition into a maintenance mode more effectively so you don't immediately balloon back and put the weight back on. And that's what the conversations with the nutritionist at myphdweightloss.com are all about. 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900. I lost 50 pounds, but I've been able to keep it off. And that's just as important as losing the weight. It's keeping it off. But you've got to do your homework. And you've got to spend a little time and make sure you don't fall into bad habits and slip. And that's what's so cool about my PhDweightloss.com is they make sure you don't slip. They kind of keep tabs on you. And that's a good thing. But that's a first world problem because I've got plenty of food to be able to eat. My problem is I've got too much food that's available to eat. In many parts of the world, food is a luxury. It is a special occasion to have a decent meal. Down in Honduras, down in El Salvador and Guatemala, hundreds of thousands, millions of kids are lucky if they get one decent meal a day. That's where Food for the Poor makes the biggest impact with your help. Here is just a recent news report for what hungry kids are having to deal with in Honduras. Adam.
Children, like other children in this region, are not developing according to their age due to malnutrition, and families in unimaginable misery. Here, infant malnutrition is an epidemic. Poverty here seems like a curse, and diseases among children are rampant.
Now, again, I've been doing this kind of gratitude thing all day on the show today, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for how much you've helped and contribute and supported me filling in and asking you to help out. I'm grateful for all of you that support Hugh and the program. I'm grateful that you supported the Food for the Poor campaign when we helped out in the Turkey aftermath of the Turkey-Syrian earthquakes, which was tremendous, the outpouring and outreach that all of you in the audience did. This is the most giving audience in America. But there's still always going to be hungry kids, and we still need help. 855-359-HOPE. 855-359-4673. Or you can text Hugh to 91999. That actually may be the quickest and easiest way, actually. Texting Hugh to 91999. Right there on your phone, you can do it right now. You can, of course, go to the web. Go to HughHewitt.com. There's a banner that loads. If you just give it a couple seconds, it'll load at the top of the page, HughHewitt.com. But text Hugh to 91999. And speaking of gratitude, I just one quick clip I want to play. I want to play what gratitude doesn't sound like. Colin Kaepernick was on CBS News. Cut 11.
I know my parents love me, but there were still very problematic things that I went through. I think it was important to show that, no, this can happen in your own home, and how we move forward collectively while addressing the racism that is being perpetuated.
I am so done with people like this. You know what bugs me about it? I don't know the relationship he has with his parents. His parents adopted him and brought him into their home. And he's not showing gratitude for that. It's always about gratitude. I'm grateful that Relief Factor lets Hugh actually get up and move around. I know Hugh likes to tease his grandkids, Genghis Khan and Teddy Buddha and all that. He adores his grandkids. He would move heaven and earth for his grandkids, and he's grateful that the ingredients in ReliefFactor.com allow him to be able to enjoy his grandkids as much as he's able to do. Otherwise, he would be so stiff and in bed, he wouldn't be able to move very much. ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 is a starter pack. It will help you enjoy this season of your life like it's helping Hugh enjoy this season of his life. ReliefFactor.com. Dwayne Patterson in for Hugh. We'll be back right after the break with the 5 minutes of maybe all-time stupid by the House Democrats in Weaponization Committee. Come right back after the break. That's right, America. Everybody out of the water. It's time to get into it. It is time for the main event. I've been teasing and hinting about what's been coming up for an hour and a half, and it is time to unveil a lengthy segment of stupid. From the House Weaponization Committee, by the way, Dwayne Patterson filling in for Hugh. I've got about half an hour left. And I'm going to step aside for a couple minutes and let you hear just concentrated dumb offered up on the House Weaponization Committee with Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, who, by the way, again, they're not Republicans. They're not conservatives by any measure. But because they exposed the collusion between the government and Twitter, pre-Elon Musk, in trying to squash and suppress accounts, speech, all that kind of good stuff, do the stuff that dictators and totalitarians actually do. Because they exposed it, they must be destroyed. The problem is the people trying to do the destroying are really not very good at it. I present to you Representative Sylvia Garcia. Cut number 12. Take it away, Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did that last time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to follow up a little bit on the ranking member's questions. When was the first time that Mr. Musk approached you about writing the Twitter files?
Again, Congresswoman, that would...
I just need a date, sir.
But I can't give it to you, unfortunately, because... This is a question of sourcing, and I don't give up. I'm a journalist. I don't reveal my sources.
It's a question of chronology.
No, that's a question of sourcing.
Because you earlier said that someone had sent you through the internet some message about whether or not you would be interested in some information.
Yes, and I referred to that person as a source.
So you're not going to tell us when Musk first approached?
No!
Again, Congressman, you're asking me to you're asking a journalist to reveal a source.
So then you consider Mr. Musk to be the direct source of all this?
No, now you're trying to get me to say that he is the source. I just can't answer your question.
Well, either is or he isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, well, then the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source.
Well, you're free to conclude that.
Well, sir, I just don't understand. You can't have it both ways, but let's move on because
no, he can. He's a journalist.
No, he can't because either Musk is the source and he can't talk about it, or Musk is not the source. And if Musk is not the source, then he can discuss.
No one has yielded. The gentlelady's out of order. You don't get to speak.
She's out of order because he's interrupted.
The gentlelady's not recognized.
You're not recognizing my time.
He has not said that. What he has said is he's not going to reveal his source, and the fact that Democrats are pressuring him to do so is such a violation.
We're asking him about his conversations with Musk.
The gentlelady has not yielded you time. You don't get
I have
to
not
just talk
yielded
over
time
her.
to anybody. I want to reclaim my time, and I would ask the chairman to give me back some of the time because of the interruption. Mr. Chairman, I am asking you if you will give me the seconds that I lost.
We will give you that 10 seconds.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about another item that when you responded to the ranking member. You said that you had free license to look at everything, but yet you yourself posted on your I guess it's kind of like a web page. I don't quite understand what Substack is, but that what I can say is that in exchange for the opportunity to cover a unique and explosive
Pause right here. Just pause for a second. Even Hugh knows what Substack is. And trust me, Hugh doesn't know a lot of things. We tease Hugh around here about how much he really thinks he knows and how much he really doesn't. But he knows what Substack is. Most of you, virtually all of you in this audience, know what Substack is. Sylvia on the dais doesn't have the foggiest idea what she's talking about. She's reading some attack that was written for her by a staffer, and all she's trying to do is force a journalist to reveal their sources, or else we don't know what. But again, all this in the context of DeSantis, Fox News, and Tucker are the ones trying to destroy democracy by employing totalitarian maneuvers. Continue, Jacob.
I had to agree to certain conditions. What were those conditions? She asked you that question, and you said you had none, but you yourself posted that you had conditions.
No, the conditions, as I've explained multiple times.
No, sir, you've not explained. You told her in response to her question that you had no conditions. In fact, you kind of used the word license, that you were free to look at all of them, all 100,000 emails.
The question was posed, was I free to write about?
Sir, did you have any conditions?
The condition was that we published on Twitter.
Sir, did you have any conditions, yes or no? A simple question.
Yes.
All right, could you tell us what conditions those were?
The conditions were an attribution, sources at Twitter, and that we break any news on Twitter.
But you didn't break it on Twitter. Did you send the file that you released today to Twitter first?
Did I send the?
Sir,
actually, I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you send it to Twitter first?
Yes, he just said that.
The Twitter
that was
files
one of the
thread?
conditions. Yes or no, sir?
The Twitter files thread actually did come out first.
But sir, you said earlier that you had to attribute all the sources to Twitter first. What you released today, did you send that to Twitter first?
Yes.
No. I posted it on Twitter.
First.
Yes.
First, sir. Or did you give it to the ranking member, to the chairman of the committee or the staff of the committee first?
Well, that's not breaking the story. That's giving. Yes, I did give.
So you gave all the information that you did not give to the Democrats. You gave it to the Republicans first. Then you put it on Twitter?
Actually, no. The chronology is a little bit confused.
Well, then,
it's more or
tell
less
us
the
what
same
the chronology was.
I believe the thread came out first.
Where?
On Twitter.
On Twitter. So then you afterwards gave it to the Republicans and not the Democrats?
Yes, because I'm submitting it for the record as my statement.
Did you give it to them in advance?
I gave it to them today.
You gave it to them today, but you still have not given anything to the Democrats. Well, I'll move on, and I wanted to ask Mr. Schellenberger the same question, sir. When did you first visit with or get contacted by Mr. Musk?
I'm not going to reveal my sources, but like I said, I was invited by Barry Weiss.
I'm not asking for sources, sir. I'm just asking for chronology. When did you first make contact with Mr. Musk?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it?
It was December. It was December.
December of, well, there's a lot of Decembers in history.
December of last year.
Which December?
December of last year, ma'am.
Last year, the 22?
Yes.
All right. Now, in your discussion, in your answer, you also said that you were invited by a friend, Barry Weiss?
My friend Barry Weiss.
So this friend works for Twitter, or what is her?
She's a journalist.
Sir, I didn't ask you a question. I'm now asking Mr. Schellenberger a question. Please
yes, ma'am.
do not
Barry
interrupt.
Weiss is a journalist.
I'm sorry, sir?
She's a journalist.
She's a journalist. So you work in concert with her?
Yeah.
Do you know when she first was contacted by Mr. Musk?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you're in this as a threesome?
What? What was that?
There was many more people involved than that.
Whoa, pause right there. I thought we weren't allowed to do that kind of stuff. I thought we weren't supposed to cast those kinds of aspersions. I thought that was totally out of bounds these days. I thought that got you in trouble for making those kind of references. Unless, of course, you're on the left, and I'm not sure. I don't even know if she knows what she thinks she means by that. Continue. Keep going, Jacob.
Paid to be here today, either through consulting fees, campaign contribution to your next run.
Gentlelady's time
you have an interview scheduled after this hearing?
Expired.
Absolutely not.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I'll recognize the gentleman from North Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield my 5 minutes to you.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I do think it's worth pointing out that, I have co-sponsored, I think some of my colleagues have co-sponsored the SHIELD Act in previous Congresses with Democrats to protect what we see them trying to do today, protect journalists from having to reveal their sources to government. That used to be a shared position in the Congress. Unfortunately, as we're seeing now, multiple occasions, it's not the position anymore.
Look, here's the bottom line. It was ham-fisted. It was cringeworthy. It is supremely mockable, and some of the best ways to deal with this kind of nonsense is just to openly laugh, point your finger and laugh at it, at how inane and stupid it is. But it's still dangerous because it is exactly the kind of stuff that the Democrats are accusing the right of doing, and the media is going along with all this week, when the only ones actually engaging in the suppression of speech and the dictatorial type of tactics is the left. Michael Schellenberger had this to say, cut 17.
It was chilling. I mean, it's disturbing. I never thought that would happen in the United States of America, to be perfectly honest. I've lived in a bunch of authoritarian countries. I've visited a lot of authoritarian countries. Never thought this kind of thing would be going on here.
But it is. And it's not being done by Republicans. It's not being done by DeSantis. It's not being done by Fox. It's not being done by Tucker. It's being done by House Democrats that don't like the gig being up. That, you know, they don't like the fact that their little secrets are being exposed, and they're having a conniption fit over it. And so their instinctual reaction is to quash speech. I'll tell you one thing that was not going to be quashed is speech when we go on the cruise. I can't wait to actually go on this cruise in the fall. We start in London on September 7th, and it's about a 2-week-long cruise. Works its way across the channel, around France, around Portugal, and ends up in Monte Carlo. Frosch Travel is putting this on. You can go to hughcruise.com. That's hughcruise.com. Get a hold of Amy Leibowitz. 818-853-8536. 818-853-8536. There's still a couple cabins left. There's not much that's left, but there's still a couple cabins left. I hope you can join us on that cruise. We're going to broadcast from there, and we're going to have all sorts of robust debate and things about the 24 election that the Democrats won't be able to silence. Join us at hughcruise.com. Dwayne Patterson filling in for Hugh for one more segment. We'll talk to Sarah Westwood of the Washington Examiner about what we just heard and what Joe Biden wants to do with his budget. Coming up right after the break. Stick around.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition. Go to myphdweightloss.com to learn more.
Welcome back, America. Dwayne Patterson. One last segment to go on today's Hugh Hewitt Show, at least for me. Hugh will be back at the top of the hour with Dr. Larry Arnn of Hillsdale. I'm joined by Sarah C. Westwood of the Washington Examiner, congressional and investigative reporter extraordinaire. Hello, Sarah. Good to have you here.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, did you perchance watch any of the weaponization committee yesterday and all the fun that we learned out of that from House Democrats? I want to play there was a whole bunch there that was really interesting to me, especially when you've got those noted conservative reporters, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, on the dais. Here is Representative Stacey Plaskett, cut 14, Jacob.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you two witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them.
Sarah Westwood, your brethren within the D.C. Manhattan Beltway Corps, they seem to think that all authoritarianism and totalitarianism is emanating from Fox News and Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis. But where are they with all this stuff that we heard yesterday?
They're nowhere to be found. I mean, the incuriosity from some of my colleagues in the media is just sort of baffling because, what's at the heart of the Twitter files, what was at the heart of the testimony from those journalists yesterday is really concerning about Twitter having created this formal system to allow the government to sort of police speech. And, Matt Taibbi called it thought policing, through Twitter and allow the intelligence agencies to sort of control what information could be out there while maintaining this lie that they're a private company that is acting neutrally in public. And when that was not the case, I mean, it's a really concerning thing to have happen. And, this is a regime that sort of treats all dissent as like threatening opposition. And that's kind of what you heard the ranking member talking about there.
But outside of, a couple of places, at the Examiner, your colleagues at the Examiner, outside of a couple of conservative outlets, does anybody in legacy media understand the irony of the media coverage this week versus the reality of that hearing yesterday?
Well, I think that they don't care is the thing. They have sort of
good point.
This productive alliance with the government, with Democrats in power. And so, exposing the way that works really works against their interests in a lot of ways because these arms now are all sort of working together, right? The corporate media, big
Absolutely.
tech, and so why would they want to disturb an arrangement that's working pretty well for them? But they're not content even to let, conservative journalists or conservative speakers have even their little corner of society. They just want them totally,
eliminated. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Speaking of eliminated, it's not going to see the light of day so long as Kevin McCarthy is Speaker of the House. But Joe Biden dropped his budget. I saw some estimates are if he got his will in this budget, it would the federal debt would look something like $51 trillion when all is said and done. There is a piece over the Washington Examiner right now by Sarah Westwood that has 6 takeaways. Sarah, why don't you give us a couple that you think are of note that we need to know about?
Well, I think it's a wish list, right, for President Biden and all things that he plans to run on. One of the things that sort of stuck out to me is that, he got nearly $400 billion for climate clean energy projects in the Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats passed last year. And yet this contained just hundreds of billions more for more and more climate projects. I mean, it was a huge focus of the budget. Every federal agency had billions of dollars going towards some sort of climate or environmental justice project or something of that nature. So that the whole climate agenda has really overtaken so much of what the federal government is doing, even when you're not just talking about what's going on at the Department of Energy or EPA. So that was a big one. The Biden administration is claiming that would be a deficit reduction budget, but that relies on a set of tax hikes, that have really no chance of passing Congress. But some of this big spending stuff does, and that is going to sort of blow up the deficit.
Yeah, I think so too. When you went through it to write this piece, looking at least partially through the budget, did you get to the part about the student loan forgiveness program?
The Biden administration hasn't loved talking about that. That wasn't one of my takeaways.
That's because it's not in there. They're just pretending that doesn't exist.
Well, I think there's a realistic expectation of that being struck down in court, and the Biden administration doesn't seem to be fighting that hard to keep it alive.
Yeah, I think so too. Read everything that Sarah writes over at the Washington Examiner, and you can link through it on Twitter at Sarah C. Westwood. Sarah, great stuff as always. Great to have you on the show. We will talk again next week with Hugh. I am Dwayne Patterson. The week of Dwayne has now concluded. I turn things over to the show's rightful owner, Hugh Hewitt, who will be back at the top of the hour with Dr. Larry Arnn, going back into Churchill, starting a new series. Hope you join us for that. Text Hugh to 91999. Help out Food for the Poor. Make those contributions over the weekend. Do me a personal favor. I'd appreciate it. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks, Jacob. Thanks, Danielle. And especially thanks, Adam Youngman. Hugh will be back next hour and all next week. And I will be back in the producer's chair. See you, everybody. Take care.
This hour of Hugh Hewitt starts right now on Salem News Channel.
Hour 3 of the Hugh Hewitt Show straight ahead. And actually, I'm not going to be here. Hugh is going to be back. He will be talking to Dr. Larry Arnn of Hillsdale College for this week's Hillsdale Dialogue, in which they are going to do Churchill and the Great Contemporaries. Stick around for the beginning of a brand new series of the Hillsdale Dialogue right now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
You won't want to miss a minute. This hour of Hugh Hewitt is on Salem News Channel.
Morning glory, America. Bonjour, hi, Canada. I'm Hugh Hewitt. That music means we're in the last radio hour of the week. Dr. Larry Arnn is back. We are doing this book in the Churchill series, Great Contemporaries. And this week we are talking about Joseph Chamberlain. And if there is one figure in this book who made the weather, Churchill says it's Joseph Chamberlain. And he's a big personality. He reminds me of one guy in the United States, Donald Trump. He's a screwmaker. He knows the ordinary man. He knows the rich and the powerful. He moves between both. He suffers epic defeats and major comebacks. Do you see a parallel there, Dr. Larry Arnn?
Yeah, I think that's apt. I hadn't thought of it before, but that's right. And he's, he was charming. Trump is very charming. And, he was constant. Well, he wasn't constant. That was his fault. But he was an incredible dynamo. And like when Trump took over a company, Joe Chamberlain took over Birmingham, England, which is the second largest city in England. And he dominated it, right? In fact, Lord Randolph Churchill went up there and ran for office in one of the seats up there and got elected that way instead of from Woodstock, which was the rotten borough controlled by his grandfather. He was a dynamo, and he was very smart. He gives Rosebery a lot of credit for being learned. Joseph Chamberlain, not so much.
I want to give the audience just a little background. For 40 years, he made screws, and he made a lot of money. And then he built Birmingham from a slum and tenement-infested, rat-filled sewer system into something like a modern city. And then he led the radical part of the Liberal Party for many years until he broke with the grand old man, Gladstone. I love this quote. The grand old man did not like being outbid in his appeal to the working masses. So he had an epic battle with Gladstone, who's an epic figure, right? He's one of the great 3 or 4 figures of British history in the 19th century. And Gladstone crushes Chamberlain, but Chamberlain gets the revenge, right?
Oh, yeah. Gladstone is like Rosebery, right? He was a populist for his day, but not the kind that would work in the later world where there was a universal franchise. And so Chamberlain was closer to a modern politician. And the question that they broke over, they agreed about everything in their lives until Irish Home Rule. And that was, the cursed topic in Britain. Churchill father helped with Joseph Chamberlain. Churchill father helped to break Gladstone and prevent Irish Home Rule. But the effect of Ireland being in the Parliament, being part of Britain, was there were these Irish MPs, and they were a pain in the tuchus, and they were ultimately disloyal to the regime. And so Gladstone had the common sense observation that later Winston Churchill and others would have, that they should have their own country. Let them do that. And the sticking point was, and he says in this essay that Gladstone didn't understand the sticking point, and the sticking point was Northern Ireland, where they're Protestant, right? And we Protestants know that you Catholics are very dangerous, and so we don't want to be governed by you. And so they used that in part because Chamberlain was loyal. Ultimately, he proved to Great Britain, to make Britain great again. That's
well put. It's interesting, Dr. Arnn. This book was written in 1939 about a figure who operated in the late 19th century, and Irish politics drove it all. And last week, Rishi Sunak signed a deal about Northern Ireland, which has divided the Conservative Party badly, though perhaps not fatally. It looks like Steve Baker and some of the Eurosceptics are going to sign on to the Windsor Accord, they're calling it. But Northern Ireland continues in 2023 to drive the British politics which dominated the era of Gladstone and Joseph Chamberlain. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. And it's human beings are intractable, so it's good for them to be very religious, but that might lead them to kill each other, and that's what the Irish Troubles were about, right? Well, my observation going there, Northern and Southern Ireland, Ireland proper and Northern Ireland, is that they're not as agitated about that as they used to be. They're not as ready to kill each other as they used to be, and so peace ought to be possible. And
well, I have been twice to Saintfield, where my forebears came from in Ulster, and on both trips there are echoes of the Troubles which are muffled, but they're still there because the Protestants are still a majority, and it still matters on marching day if you're orange or you're green. And so it wasn't an easy. If it's not an easy problem now, imagine what a problem it was for Joseph Chamberlain and Gladstone, with these Irish nationalists running around the Parliament. I want to read this. The Irish Parliamentary Party, writes Churchill, with their wit, their eloquence, and their malice, destroyed the ancient and characteristically English procedure of the House of Commons. They put the empire up for auction and knocked it down to the highest bidder. Boy, must have been a bitter, wild. It would have been a great cable television if we'd been able to see Parnell and the rest of them going at each other with meat hooks.
If memory serves, Ireland had 10% of the votes in the House of Commons, and that's a lot, right?
That's a lot,
and that means that in any, I think that's 65 votes, and that means that 65 vote majorities are very healthy majorities. Most are not that big, and so they have a lot of influence, right? And since they're not Churchill's opinion, they're not ultimately after the good of Great Britain. They're after separation.
Yes.
And so that roiled British politics for 100 years. And Gladstone attempted to put a stop to that. And he had an overwhelming majority. And the way it was stopped was Joseph Chamberlain rebelled, and he put... I think I should just get off the screen now.
Yeah, you look good.
He rebelled, and he gathered up a bunch of other liberals. By the way, if the Liberal Party that Gladstone ran existed today, I would be a member of it. You wouldn't.
Yes.
It was awesome. And the Tories were good, but liberals were better. And he gathered up a bunch of liberals, and they defected to the Conservative Party. And the ones he carried on the negotiations to make this happen with Lord Randolph Churchill.
When we come back from break, we have to talk about that, because it's an irony of history that Winston Churchill's father broke the Liberal Party in half, and they were swept out for 25 years. They didn't get but a week's vacation in the prime ministership, because Randolph Churchill did a deal with Joseph Chamberlain to keep the empire going. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah, that's right. And to keep British sovereignty over Ireland, which son Winston Churchill would lead the negotiations to surrender.
It's just the irony upon irony. When we come back from break, we will talk about this. Don't go anywhere, America. Joe is the one who made the weather. And that is the first time I'd ever read that, came in this chapter of Great Contemporaries by Winston Churchill. When we come back, we're going to talk about what it meant to have discipline in party affairs, because Joseph Chamberlain understood party discipline, as did Lord Randolph Churchill. Party discipline is not much in attention right now, Dr. Arnn. No one really cares about parties anymore, but they still matter. 30 seconds. Are they going to get more important or less important in this cycle?
It depends on who's elected president. If the politics of the country become more coherent, they will become more important. Because what parties do in America and in Britain is they assemble opinion into large groupings so that you can get something done. and there are issues. Parties arise from issues. I mean, this cultural difference between the parties is not, in my opinion, terribly important. But the Republican Party was built around the policy of forbidding slavery from going anywhere else from where it already was.
And I talked to my con law students about that this week. We're going to come back to parties after the break. Don't go anywhere, America. It's the Hillsdale Dialogue, all things Hillsdale at hillsdale.edu. Stay tuned. Discipline was faultless. That's a direct quote from Winston Churchill writing about Joseph Chamberlain in Great Contemporaries. Discipline was faultless because the conservatives had to back off Birmingham. They had to surrender Birmingham to Joe Chamberlain, with whom they never had a good word, in order to get him to defect on Northern Ireland. And it required for Joseph Chamberlain for 2 years to sit with people he had been arguing with, often vehemently, for 40 years. And to execute this, they needed Lord Randolph Churchill, and they had to have faultless discipline. Party discipline doesn't exist anymore, Dr. Arnn. It's gone. There's nothing. There are no sticks. There are no carrots. There are only cable outlets. I don't think it's coming back.
If you're a Democrat, aren't their funding sources more heavily centralized than the Republicans?
They are more, but Act Blue has basically liberated anyone who can get 5 seconds of television time. You don't need the party to get funded anymore. You need big donors like George Soros. I mean, the conservative movement has them too, Charles Koch and other people. But you need to have big donors on your side, and then you need small donors, and you can appeal to the small donors directly, not through the party. They can't pull your ticket. They can't withdraw the whip, as the phrase goes. And that leads to free agents everywhere. And Lord Randolph Churchill could never pull off a defection of Joe Manchin. This would be like getting Joe Manchin to come over and sit with the Republicans on every vote. Fair analogy?
Yeah, but Manchin has hinted that he might do that. So I don't know. So I'll have to think about that. What I think is our politics are very confused now, and the means of communication have changed so much. But if grassroots matters, if get out the vote, if all the stuff Tom Twentes was good at matter, and it does, right? A lot of it's been professionalized now, though. Ballot harvesting is, $400 million from Mark Zuckerberg. So I don't know, maybe, but see, what you're saying then is that politics is supposed to be a process of reasoning broadly with a lot of people. And it's, the media, that's just broadcasting, right? There's no talking in it. And Madison draws a picture of how he wants the country to work. And it's in the Federalist, and he's not imagining parties yet. In fact, he doesn't even like them. But he wants people talking a lot, all the time with each other. And he wants the talking to be intense. That's very much Winston Churchill's theory of the House of Commons, too. And then when election time comes, they spend a lot of time thinking about it, right? Now what we do is we contact people who haven't thought about it a bit, at least one reads the stories, and takes them a ballot and waits while they fill it out, or maybe not, I don't know, and bring it back in. And so it takes no act by you except to answer the door to vote. Be better if people were engaged. And
it would be so much better. And that's why same-day voting actually made sense, because it focused the mind wonderfully that an election was tomorrow as opposed to over 35 or 40 days. Dr. Arnn, you said in the last segment, the Republican Party began on a single principle, that slavery would not be extended into territories. I was trying to explain this to my con law students, that parties do matter, and they've got to matter again, but party platforms have increasingly become irrelevant to the conduct of the party once in office. And until that changes, it isn't going to change.
They're too long to read. The platform that Abraham Lincoln was elected president on is printed on one page. There are about 14 points in it, if I remember correctly. And, polygamy, the first one, polygamy and slavery, those twin pillars of barbarism, shall ever be opposed. That was platform one, and there wasn't much to it. They're just running on that, right? And that's because the federal government didn't do all that stuff that it's claiming to be able to do right now. It doesn't do it now either. It just spends a lot of money pretending.
And that's why the successful Republican candidate this year will get it down to 2 points. They'll drive 2 points. And we'll talk about that after the break. Don't go anywhere, America. Dr. Arnn will be back as we continue talking about Joseph Chamberlain and personal abuse in politics. He was the original example of people who pay the price. Stay tuned. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Dr. Arnn will be right back on the Hillsdale Dialogue. All those people on the Black Sea actually need this, relieffactor.com. I take it every single morning. I took it this morning on Friday morning in the first hour of today's show. And I'm just reminding you, don't leave home without it. I'm heading off to see Genghis Kate. I'm going to be chasing Genghis Kate for a week. That's my vacation. That's spring break for Chapman. The law school is not meeting next week, so I get to go and play with Kate, chase Kate, basically carry Kate, deal with everything that's got Kate written all over it. Affable Teddy will be there, the scholar and the Artful Dodger as well. I'll be surrounded by grandkids, but I'm taking my relief factor with me. Not only the dreaded overhead bin, not only that, but the fact of the matter is I also have to be ready for Kate. That means relieffactor.com. If you've got small kids and you're picking them up, whether you're 20 or whether you're 90, you need relieffactor.com because your back's not going to feel great about that because they sometimes do funny things when you're picking them up. But here's the deal. No matter whether you're going east, west, north, south, whether you're flying, taking a train, driving anywhere, if you're commuting, if you're moving, if you're just going to go for your walk today, go get your relieffactor.com. Enjoy relieffactor.com. And join the 500,000 people every day who take it like I did in the first hour of today's program. And then don't go anywhere. Come right back. Get your relieffactor.com. And for the conclusion of today's Hugh Hewitt Show and the Hillsdale Dialogue. Welcome back, America. The Hillsdale Dialogue is underway. We are doing this book, Great Contemporaries, and we will do it for a few weeks as we get ready for the world crisis, World War I, because these are the figures who take us from Disraeli and Gladstone up into the eve of the Great War. And Churchill goes from being a young man watching his father's friends to being a man in charge of the Dardanelles at the start of World War I and in these years. And so it's important to understand how we got here. You got to read Great Contemporaries. I want to talk about one part of this essay on Joseph Chamberlain, Dr. Arnn. When Chamberlain and Churchill are out on a boat and they're talking about politics and they're having a lovely time and they're getting along fine, and they spot one of Chamberlain's old liberal radical friends, and he dismisses him and in a flash displays great bitterness. And he counsels Churchill, you must expect to have the same sort of abuse flung at you. If you're going to be in politics in that era, at the beginning of the modern era, Joseph Chamberlain, who has endured calumny and ostracism and shunning, tells Winston Churchill, be prepared to be alone. And doggone it, Churchill was prepared to be alone for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Chamberlain has this history.
You got to move over in the screen a little bit. You got to move a little bit to your... Not that way, that way. There you go.
That way. Okay, good. I'm trying to get off this screen to the relief of our watchers. Chamberlain was close to Churchill's father. You know, Churchill's father died young. Chamberlain's in a new party now, and Churchill is elected into that party. And he goes to see Churchill, and he's very kind to Churchill. He gives him time. A big thing was he traveled around the country appearing at political rallies on behalf of Churchill. So that means he gave him time. And Chamberlain was a draw, right? A big draw. So soon we find out how stubborn Winston Churchill was. Churchill's first flat in London was on Mount Street in Mayfair. It's a nice little place above a cigar shop that's still there. And Churchill gets a bunch of young, newly elected conservatives. And the main organizer was a man named Hugh Cecil, one of the Salisbury family. And they become known as the Hooligans. And Joseph Chamberlain comes to dinner with those guys on Mount Street. And that's a big deal, right? And Joseph Chamberlain says, and he's just at the inflection point of his last great change. He was colonial secretary. He had finally found office with these conservatives that he'd gone over to join. And he says, the issue of the future is protection, tariffs. And Churchill was a free trader.
Yep.
He was not, he was not a nut about it, but he was a free trader. And he writes in this essay about Chamberlain that Chamberlain got his way, finally. It took a long time. But Churchill went against him hard, right at the beginning. And it's the first big thing he did. He took on Joe Chamberlain, his mentor and his father's friend. And Chamberlain was a wily old fox and a great man, and Churchill was new. And yet Churchill yapped at him hard. Eventually, Churchill left the Conservative Party and joined the Liberals, went back the other way, retraced the steps of Joe Chamberlain back to the Liberals.
The other way, yep.
That's right. And so it was, it's a very interesting thing. And the way Churchill writes about him here, see, because he had a fight, his first big fight with anybody in politics was with Joe Chamberlain. And you don't get the sense that there's any bitterness about that from...
Oh, the opposite. In fact, you said last week in these essays, and it's true, Churchill does not often praise himself. The exception is in this chapter. Quote, I doubt whether the English tradition of not bringing politics into private life has often been carried much farther. Now, he doesn't say I am unique. He says I'm at the equal of anyone at friendship with my opposite number, friend with Joseph Chamberlain. So he's holding this up for people to see, and he's saying, this is how you do business. You ought to be able to yell at each other across the House of Commons, and not yell, but parry, thrust, and make bleed, and then go boating with them.
That's right. And that's, I'll just tell a quick story about Stanley Baldwin. Churchill became in 1940 the greatest man in the world, and widely acknowledged as that. And that's a change in his situation. And a friend of Stanley Baldwin, who is still alive, said to Churchill, "Baldwin's got a big birthday this year. Would you send him a card?" And Churchill replies, "It would be better if that man had never lived."
Wow.
And then he broke, and then, that's what a judgment. And then he broke down and invited Baldwin to lunch. But he sometimes his principle of cordiality was under stress. And
this whole essay keeps me in mind of Trump, who has received more calumny and abuse, and some of it brought on by his own conduct. I'm not absolving anyone here. He likes the fight, right? He is not afraid of the fight. He is not afraid of controversies, as the English like to say. And so he draws it. Chamberlain was the original big target, right? First Gladstone, then Churchill. Everybody attacks Joseph Chamberlain, and it does not diminish him in the least.
No, he's I don't know how much time we have, but there's this in a different place, in Consistency in Politics, in an essay in Thoughts and Adventures, the name of the book. Churchill cites Chamberlain as the worst example of inconsistency he names of anybody in this book. He
really?
Said, oh yeah. He says, and he doesn't say it in this essay about Chamberlain, because Chamberlain was a free trader, and then he went for protection for the sake of the empire, and that's what Churchill fought him on, and won for a long time. Here's what he says: "We cannot help feeling that the reasoning processes underlying these two conclusions are fundamentally incompatible. And it is hard to understand how a man who once saw the one process so clearly should subsequently have visualized and accepted the opposite process with equal vehemence and precision. It would have been better, tactically at any rate, for Mr. Chamberlain to have relinquished the abstract argument altogether and to have relied exclusively in his advocacy upon the facts, the world facts, which were his real reasons." And what were these world facts? There are big powers joining up, and we can't compete with them. We have to unite the empire yet more closely. And that means that in Churchill, principles are important, but they're not all important. And Chamberlain twisted himself into a pretzel to make the opposite theoretical argument that he had made before. And Churchill
instead of simply going with self-interest of the empire. Now, our friend, Leader McConnell, says, first you got to win. Before you have any policies or any plans, first you got to win. Joseph Chamberlain strikes me as a man who thought a lot about winning, who knew that.
But he was for the great. See, he was for the greatness of Britain. Make Britain great again. Another Trump thing. But think of what kind of man he was, right? He was a manufacturer who dominated an industry and then a city, right? He's like Donald Trump in that regard too. And then the point is, he should have just admitted, because by the way, Winston Churchill himself did what he recommends Chamberlain do. Winston Churchill went along with protection in the 1930s, and he did it on practical grounds. And he says in this essay that Chamberlain won and even recruited me, and Churchill still says he doesn't like it. but it's not the end of the world, right? Because the world is not governed entirely by principles.
And if people don't hear the echo of Donald Trump and tariffs in that, they should. History doesn't repeat. It rhymes. And Donald Trump's embrace of tariff rhymes a lot with Joseph Chamberlain's embrace of tariffs.
My favorite thing to say about free trade is I've always been a free trader. I am today. But Lincoln and Hamilton were protectionists, and Winston Churchill was a free trader. The natural law does not speak to me on this question.
We'll be right back. That's very good. We'll be right back, America. The final comment on Joseph Chamberlain and on Randolph Churchill is the sons that they sired. And we'll talk about that when we come back from the break. Stay tuned to the Hillsdale Dialogue. The opposite of bureaucracy, though. It applies to every bureaucracy, and it applies to some giant charities. It does not apply to Food for the Poor. Lean and mean and low overhead. I love Food for the Poor because when you send them $100, $200, $500, $1,000, we had one $10,000 contribution, or if you send them $10, it becomes the magic food that is needed all throughout Central and South America, not only for humanitarian reasons, not only because these people are starving to death, not only because Haiti doesn't have anything, two coins to rub together, but because the rice and the beans takes care of your fellow human being, keeps them in their village, keeps them intact. Food for the Poor has been doing this for a very long time, more than 4 decades of excellence in South and Central America and in the Caribbean and Haiti and other impoverished parts of our neck of the woods, as we say in Ohio. When you give yourself to Food for the Poor, you're giving in accordance with the gospel, which is why I always do this in Lent. I always remind people that Lenten observance is a non-denominational practice that has always originated in the Catholic Church. It's continued in the Protestant Church. Many ways to participate. Many people do a lot more of giving them alms. If that's you, or if that's what you want to become, please head over to HughHewitt.com. And at the very top, you'll see the banner, Give Food. Click that banner. Be as generous as possible to Food for the Poor. And I'll be right back with Dr. Larry Arnn here on The Hugh Hewitt Show. Welcome back. It's the last segment of this week's Hillsdale Dialogue. The Great Contemporary series will continue for, I think, 4 more weeks, and then we'll get to the world crisis. Dr. Arnn, Winston Churchill is the son of Lord Randolph Churchill. Neville Chamberlain and Austen Chamberlain, as you pointed out, are the sons of Joseph Chamberlain. Joseph Chamberlain and Randolph Churchill are best political friends, and they're old colleagues, and they give rise to these dynasties. But I don't think intentionally. Am I right about that? They're almost accidental dynasties.
Well, they just had talented sons, and the sons all admired the fathers. And Austen Chamberlain was a very different man than Joe Chamberlain, and then Neville Chamberlain, who was they were all different from each other.
What did Austen Chamberlain do? Was he an intellectual, an economist? What was he?
He was a foreign minister.
That's it.
Distinguished member of parliament. And, when Austen Chamberlain, I might get this wrong, I think Austen is the elder. When Austen gave his maiden speech, in the House of Commons, some distinguished member always gives a response. And in this particular case, Gladstone gave it.
Oh, my.
And, oh, yeah. And he said, it's shown again in this House, let's paraphrase, that in politics, as in horse racing, there is much to be said for breeding.
Well, that's a very nice compliment of both. Because Gladstone and Joseph Chamberlain are killing each other, right?
That's it. That's it. And Churchill records somewhere, I can't remember where it is, that Joe Chamberlain bowed his head and was so moved he was probably weeping. Because what a fulfillment, see. And Churchill
reminds me, Churchill gives the eulogy, doesn't he, in the House of Commons for Neville Chamberlain? And into that eulogy pours not only his very tortured relationship with Neville Chamberlain, but his lovely relationship with his father and his father's relationship with his son. It's a square box.
I don't know how much time we have, but I might be able to find it quickly.
About 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll look for 30 seconds.
What Dr. Arnn is looking for is the eulogy that Churchill gave for Neville Chamberlain, who, of course, kept Churchill in the wilderness forever, along with Stanley Baldwin, as Germany armed for war. And they ignored him. They eventually had to turn to him, bring him into to the government as back at the Admiralty. And he saved the world. But Neville Chamberlain had to, what's the famous phrase? I must decrease so he can increase. And Neville Chamberlain decreased to nothing.
And Churchill formed a better opinion of Neville Chamberlain than he ultimately formed of Stanley Baldwin. But here's a passage from it. It's just too great.
Although it's radio and we have to talk or the stations turn off. So it's poorly planned by me. I will keep talking. Just give me a wave when you find the quote. Dr. Arnn at his computer, as Dr. Kissinger told me, I'm a menace on Zoom. Well, Dr. Arnn on Salem News Channel is kind of a menace because he knows what he wants to find, but then he has to go and find it. And then he's using the computer, and it's not a pretty picture, but it will.
I can't find it, but I'll paraphrase it. It's on the back of one of Martin Gilbert's books, too. There is no guard to memory like conscience. Nothing but the knowledge that one acted in good faith according to principle can shelter one from recrimination.
Ooh.
And he attributes that to Neville Chamberlain, but of course that's how he thought about himself too. And,
so he attributes to Neville Chamberlain the great virtue of being consistent with his conscience in his actions,
and not to Joseph Chamberlain. You see, that's a big thing. That's there in his essay about Joseph Chamberlain, that thought does not occur.
No, it doesn't. That's news to me. And I thought it was an unblemished adoration of a great man who defended the empire, but it's not. You're telling me.
No, he contradicted himself as a matter of principle. Like, there's an art that very few people have. You need to be great, I think, to have it. And which is to distinguish what is right in the pure case and what you have to do right now. And mostly you do what you have to do right now. But you can't lose the direction of what is right in the pure case.
You can't lose the thread.
That's it. And so, Churchill was eloquent and brilliant, and he could explain himself. And what he's saying right here in that piece I read you from Consistency in Politics is, Joe Chamberlain couldn't do that. You see,
that's an amazing. We'll end on that note. We'll pick up next week with the next great contemporary. Thank you, Dr. Arnn. That was a pretty good paraphrase from memory. Not bad. Let's do better next week. We'll be better prepared next week, America. The Hillsdale Dialogues are found at hillsdale.edu. Go get great contemporaries. Go get it. It's just fabulous reading, and you'll learn stuff, and it's just beautiful English as well. We'll be back next week on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Dr. Arnn. All things Hillsdale,